Hello, and welcome to another episode of Automat Live Coding. Today we will continue the work on the assembly project. Specifically, I did record the dialog already. So we will try to finish the instruction library. There are still some open points here. And we'll see how far we can go. We have 3 objects to design, so there is quite a lot of work ahead of us. So when it comes to the text on roses, I've placed some labels on the roses to show how this could look like. But really, I think there are better ways to do this, and I wanted to see if Flux can come up with any good idea here. So let me basically forget everything we have temporarily. So we still have all of those objects that we had. I will just issue another prompt and see if we can come up with something. Okay, let's try this. I'm using Flux. There are different models that I could use here. I think Flux is... It very much reminds me of Starlight in terms of the type of image that it generates. They're very, very smooth. It seems like it's, like they say, aesthetically fine-tuned. So it doesn't just generate like a garbage image that will just fit your description. It tries to make the image aesthetically pleasing. I have to say, it's good. I mean, it's really good. Look, it even found a similar font to the one that we are using, right? We are using Grenze, that's the name of the font. And the font that it found, it's like, there is a variant of the Grenze font called Grenze Gotisch. He used Grenze Gotisch here. But it's really... Wow. That looks nice. So the labels, which are just sticked next to roses, I don't like this idea too much. It looks nice, but it doesn't convey exactly what we want. I think the label has to be somehow connected to the rose, because the rose is going to move. Like when you click it, it's going to extend. So I really want those banners sticking out. Rose is a very contrasty object. Oh yeah, or we could use a label like that floating in front of rows that solves the problem of contrast. Because text cannot really be placed on top of something that has a very high range of brightness. I think I will get rid of the deck of cards from the I think that should still look fine. Let's skew some more. Oops. I really want to go with this idea of text labels sticking out. It's not very common probably in the training set, so that's why flags may be reluctant to do this. Okay, this is also nice. Let me try to if we put the labels in front of the roses, they don't look as nice. They really need to either be on the green part or they need to stick out. So this is a really nice element, but we cannot really use it. Maybe it could be behind the rose. Okay, now it's better. No, I don't think this works. it doesn't really want to make the labels stick out of the roses. They're always either on top of them, pasted, or they are totally in the green part. Let's use different phrasing. I could also try to use this image as a base for generation. That's another idea, to lower the strength to 90% and go from that. I want to see what it will come up now. I like to start the generation from scratch with 100% strength because it makes the model more creative. The problem is that this text that we put here, it has to be very readable, so it shouldn't be rotated. The model is actually taking care of that, so it can be slightly angled, but it shouldn't be, totally. It's hard to read rotated text, right? Okay, so the last generation, and we will try to generate from this. Or maybe I will give it time to finish. Yeah, I will schedule some generations and make some tea. So I will be right back. Yeah, I see we're getting somewhere. The problem is that the roses, they are often growing in random directions, like horizontally, and we cannot rotate the text so much. Let's lower this even more and try again. I see plenty of nice designs. Maybe I will give up on this idea of text signs sticking out. Okay, so what I am doing right now is, this is another pretty efficient technique where I describe the whole image. It then, so when when the diffusion process processes an image with like a proper prompt, it has this effect of just making everything fit together. It's still good at following prompts. See? But it makes the style consistent. Like, this is the biggest advantage of this. And the more we can describe this image, the easier job the diffusion process is going to have. So let's do just that. So what I am trying to get out of this is to get an idea of how we could style the labels, because I'm happy with our icons. Banners are also not so bad. We could improve the banners, but they're fine. I think the style that it's going for isn't very different from what we had. So I could either increase the strength, but the strength will make it, just forget to write text at all. So I see that some of those attempts, some of them they use white text with black outlines, but I also see quite a lot of these white labels. I think when it comes to leaves, probably what I've done on the first attempt was good enough. I could probably change the thick outlines into a shadow, a smooth shade. That may look better. Those are some Nazi rodents. Yeah, and I don't want to use any outlines here, because outlines, the user interface should use the outlines consistently, not just randomly. So I think our banners are using outlines, so maybe we should fix that. Maybe those, they don't look bad. Actually, this being roots is a nice idea as well. But what we want is the size of the register. So this is something like a number of units in the squad. Yeah, white text with shadow. Okay, this is good enough. So let's get rid of those designs temporarily. Or maybe I will leave them, why not? Let me grab my vector layer, change the layer style. I hate this. Disable stroke. Let's add outer glow. Multiply. I think we can change this into something that amplifies the colors, like burn. Burn would be one.
Maybe Fair says.
And what will you be using those images for?
Textures. They will, I mean, I will have to rework the roses because they have too many. It's a collage that I made by cutting out pieces of this image. So I will still have to tweak them a little bit, but those will generally be textures. Okay, burn doesn't work. Darken. I'm not sure if this blending mode is applied properly. Anyway, multiply is good enough. I guess it can be smaller. Okay, so this was the text on roses. Now I would also like to have the memory address selector. Okay, this will require quite a bit of change from me. So image, let's resize it. Let's make it larger. Okay. In the vector layer, I will resize this and add more registers. So we had the poop icon. The next one is going to be sunflower. Okay, I think we can just color to alpha. I will scale it how I feel. Okay. I didn't fix the levels here, I see. Should be like that. still has issues. Finally. And we are close to the end now. Okay, this needs color balance. And there will be one more, our brain. Windows Update. Okay, so the plan was to, so the point of the brain is that, so the buttons below registers, they allow us to select whether we want to read or write a given register. Above brain there will be a widget that allows you to select the memory expression if you want to read or write from a memory. Those expressions are fairly regular. You can select a base register, which is one of the 16 standard registers, an index register, index scale, and a fixed offset. So this is going to be our widget for parameterizing memory access. So let's try to design it. Maybe I will do it in a separate image, not to risk with those. Let's grab this description. It's a very strange description. I don't know if Flux is going to come up with anything reasonable, but pretty much what I want is I want to have like an enlarged image of the brain with... So instead of having base register being specified as a table, we will specify it as a single button. And the idea is that by holding this button, maybe I can move this upwards. The idea is by holding this button, okay, literal buttons, nice. Something like that. Clicking a button allows you to select a base register. Maybe I should make it smaller. Multiplied. Oops. By index scale. plus and index scale will have those 4 options, 1, 2, 4 and 8. This is a pretty longish math expression now. Maybe we can arrange those things vertically. So the base register, group those things. Like here. Index multiplied by scale. Maybe we could add our idea here. So let's go with this. Let's add so I will do this on a new vector layer. I think this will be easier. Let's actually do no stroke. And a gradient. So this is one button, this is the second button. Next we will have Okay, this button here is going to be divided into like 4 sub buttons. I just need to tweak it. On this button we'll have a multiplier written in a similar way to our roses. And I think it can be just black. Yeah, that makes sense. Really, the point is here to match the size. Let's copy this, paste it in several places.
Knight says,
Hey everyone, all with me.
Hi, Knight. Okay, in this place here, we will be able to select a register, which can be empty. It can be nothing here. Let's pick the egg. Egg's fine. And we will pretend that this is selected. Maybe you should highlight selection differently. Okay, now we have a baseline, and from this, I'm not sure about this layout, I'm not sure if it's clear or not. It's probably not clear at all. Maybe we could arrange it like that. Another idea completely different would be to arrange it in a shape of pyramid. That would just take a lot of space. I'm not sure if this is the right way to go. Okay, I merged some buttons here. This is how long an actual address would be. Of course, we're not going to show the whole number, there is no point to do that. Single zero is enough. Let's see if Flux can figure something out. Let's do some brainstorming. Actually, this is a nice idea. So instead of having all the options visible, we could have just one, and it could be inset.
Do you have a plan to announce the Automat project through a conference?
I think so. So there are some conferences out there. I typically tend to avoid speaking about Automat per se and tend to talk about some nearby topics. A project announcement would be a good idea. We are a little early, I think, still. I think when there is a conference and there is a presentation, I've seen plenty of those actually, like in this area, in the quote future of coding area. It's actually a pretty frequent occurrence to see a presentation talking about a very ambitious project, which then, never is translated into reality. I think to get some credibility, it's important to actually show something that's functional and that can solve some problem. For Automat, this problem is the desktop, like playing games, desktop automation. It's a very achievable goal, I think. I think we can to some degree already do that. It's just, we still need to polish it. And then I think, then we will do some conferences. So showing a project, like a new project on a conference, it's also not something that I see very frequently. I think a lot of the conferences, they have this also tendency to avoid commercial, and Automat is not commercial, but it may seem like an advertisement or like a commercial presentation. I think it will be very hard to figure out how to do it properly. But I will try. Okay, I want to steal this idea from here. I think now we can shorten this widget quite a lot. And a different idea would be to... Okay, this is a circle. Oops. Instead of using brain, we could use hand here.
Yes, you're right. When I think about it, for example, the Algora project was introduced at the WebRT conference. Finding such a platform for Automat is not easy. Even I still haven't fully figured out how Automat works.
So, I think maybe gaming conferences would be nice. I mean, not conferences, there are game shows, literally. Like, there are places where you go, you buy a stand, right? And you can show your project. It's a place where a lot of journalists go to scout new projects. So that could also work. Okay, actually I realized that this offset cannot be 64-bit. It can be up to 32 bits. So it's not going to be as large. So maybe we could arrange them in a line. Okay, I think this is kind of readable now. I think it's fairly clear that we are selecting like a base register and then applying offset with a multiplier. Okay, I'll just move this somewhere maybe here. Okay, let's try generating some ideas now, and I will have to change the description. I think we shouldn't say too much about the details. They influence the generation too much. Like the egg and dolphin, like it's... You should just say it's an icon. I think I may be using wrong metaphor, because the brain should represent memory and the hand should be a pointer, like it should be a pointing hand. Here we are computing the address in memory, so the something that affects the hand.
Currently, I'm focusing on the infrastructure of local newspapers and have observed that they struggle to find news to publish. Similarly, I'm sure that people who want to organize conferences also have difficulty finding projects to showcase.
Yeah, it varies. Established conferences will not have this issue. I'm thinking about what you're saying. In terms of visibility, social networks are very good in terms of announcing new projects. Stuff like Hacker News, stuff like Reddit. I think people who are in the industry or who read news, I don't think the industry press is as active nowadays. I think it's mostly industry news coming from those websites. I don't know all of them. Like probably each corner of computer science has its own area there.
Sometimes we forget that what we do has news value and that we are creating exactly what some people need. So let's take some notes. I think this whole category should be called marketing. With my previous project, design, this one, I actually used to sell it, so I was working on this marketing much more than one interesting thing that used to happen back then was that I was showing the project on websites. In the early days of Android, it was very common for websites to show like the most popular apps, and they were discussing them like, oh, here is a new app that can do this, and the smartphones were very new. So this is how I was marketing design early on. I wrote to some blogs and they agreed to kind of write about design. And this was all actually for free, completely for free. It was like you say, they were actually eager to write about this stuff. After this happened, some newspapers wrote to me, and I mean not newspapers, more like gaming magazines. And some of the gaming magazines, they were trying to innovate, so they were adding mobile applications, bundling with the like paper magazine that you would buy. You know, like similarly how you would buy a magazine about games, and it would sometimes include some games.
there were some magazines that included Android apps. So something like that happened. That was interesting. There are scientific conferences which talk about new user interfaces. This is a very nice idea to present at a conference like that. They are not great for marketing though, they are mostly for collaborating with people. Collaborating/networking. So if you're in academia, you have to crunch out papers, and it's like a very good place. Like, first of all, you get points for doing presentations, but you can also find other people who work on similar topics who would be willing to do more work, to work with you essentially. Then there are industry conferences.
Academia is a good idea.
Yeah, I also think so. And not for marketing, but there is something which fits nicely. So long term, I hope that Automat is not going to be a commercial, like a private project, but more like a publicly founded. And basing this work in some like public institutions, it's very, I think it's worth to explore this. So this could be either foundation or some university or a research institute. And then there are industry conferences. On those conferences, I've been on so many of them. There are a couple places. There are stands like so there are stands where companies kind of show what they do and they try to recruit. And there are talks about, so there are sponsored talks. And Then there are like celebrity talks. And there are some technical talks, usually squeezed in some like the tiniest rooms. Okay, stands where companies recruit people. This generally requires some kind of payment. I'm not at the stage where I can like invest in those things. Sponsored talks are generally boring. So on those industry conferences, I kind of categorize the types of talks that I see there. There are those celebrity talks, they are mostly about entertainment. So, fun, interesting, not necessarily pushing the state of the art, but interesting things. So Automat absolutely could be a basis for a talk like that, but this is a lot of work. There are technical talks, this is easy to get in. You basically submit your talk proposal to a conference and you have a fairly good chance of getting in. But they are usually like in small rooms, like these sites. Okay, and there are other types of conferences. There are also all sorts of open source conferences. Those are summits, congresses. Okay, I think we'll get back to this. So in this design, the brain is very far on the back. Maybe I could remove this hand from here. I like this hand. The problem is that it has 4 fingers. Okay, maybe we can iterate on this. So let's take this. I will remove this stuff on top. Okay, no, I'm gonna get rid of this. I want this hand to point in a specific direction. Okay, let it generate, and in the meantime, I have been on some open source conferences. I really like them. I've never presented there. This could work. There are also Future of Coding conferences, which I like. In terms of fit of the project, I think the industry conferences are probably the worst of the pack because they are full of experts, and experts, it depends on the industry. In terms of programming, like programming. People who have some kind of traditions of how they work, habits of how things should look, how they should behave. Usually, the responses for like alternative kind of programming approaches are very negative, like from this crowd of people. It depends, everybody's different, but on average, I think this audience is probably the least open-minded out of all of them. There are probably different industries that could be interested in this, but definitely not kind of programming crowd. Scientific conferences are very close to, I think, Future of Coding stuff, so I think stuff in this order. Okay, now we have shows. There are game shows. And this is specifically what this is actually the only category I can think of when it comes to shows. There are speedrunning events. Automat is a program that can play games, so it can totally speedrun games. I think if we pick one game and sit on top of it and actually design a very efficient run, it's something that could be submitted, and yeah, that could work.
Conference providers can submit to speak sections, and I think you could easily participate in 6 to 10 conferences a year once someone discovers and shares it. We've already seen how easily you can get 100 stars.
I wouldn't exaggerate on the easiness. It was like a year of work. I see. Let me search for this, what you mentioned. Okay, this is not a proper term, I see. Yeah, I'm thinking about what you said. I'm mostly thinking about how it kind of fits in the whole picture. Like, the problem that it solves is essentially marketing. So getting visibility. I think growing Automat needs to wait. I mean, growing, I mean this like kind of turning Automat into a foundation or a university project or a research institute project. This, I don't know. I could try some scientific conferences. They seem to be the, like next to the Future of Coding conferences, they seem to be like the most straightforward for me.
Linux Foundation events. Open source events brush with.
This is almost a full-time job, marketing.
You can submit to SpeechDay
Yeah. Okay, there is a different perspective on this. It's about whenever speaking comes into picture, like, what's the point of speaking, right? The point of speaking is to say something. So say something valuable to whom, right? The open source people who work on open source projects, they could find Automat interesting because it has a very unique user interface. Future of coding is mostly startups and hobby projects, like maybe in the opposite order. Like people who do it for fun and people who want to turn this into companies. And for them, it's interesting for the same reason, because it has a unique user interface. Scientific conferences could find this interesting because it has a value in education. Or maybe some industry applications. Industry conferences, we could cover some aspects, like to do a technical or like entertaining talk. On game shows, so I think game shows are more in this traditional media space. It's like a gateway to like contacting reporters, because when you're standing at a game show, you're basically meeting like dozens of them.
I left a link in the Agora chat where you can select your conference type and apply.
This is doable, I think. I like this hand. I just have to transform it a little.
Low pass effect. Low pass effect.
Okay, now it has to be downscaled a little. And we should fix the color balance. This is roughly the shape of the hand that I want. So I will switch to refining. Yeah, I think those are all good ideas. I think I will do some conferences this year. Probably in the later half of the year. I still don't know if how much of Automat will be able to kind of finish by the time. So I did a presentation like this one, for example, on causal islands. Last year. I think the coolest type of presentation we could do is to show how it can play games or how it can do stuff. Like this is the point of Automat. This Linux Foundation, I think the Linux conference itself like what are the tracks? This looks like a talk, like a presentation aimed at open source organizations. When you have a larger organization, you have people in different departments, right? So you have people in like network administrators, HR. Those are probably industry-specific topics. There are people who work on kernel, data analysis, programmers. And there is a lot of like extra stuff in any open source organization. I think on a conference like that, we could probably talk about Automat, but I don't think this crowd is really interested in Automat at all. Maybe some of them, but it's more of a curiosity here. I think this is a really nice hand. I think it will fit nicely with the everything else that we are doing. We need to fix this.
By the way, for example, can I play back someone else's Automat recording on my computer to defeat the bosses I struggle with in Dark Souls? For example, if you created an Automat recording for the 5th boss and I used your Automat recording to defeat the 5th boss, would that work?
I played Elden Ring and not Dark Souls. They are similar. I think bosses in Dark Souls, they have some randomness. It's not so straightforward picking, like writing a macro that can deal with this randomness. We don't have the tools for that, not yet. So maybe not specifically in Dark Souls, but in a game like Dark Souls, I think this might be possible. So, but there is a different thing. In Dark Souls you have leveling, right? So you have to kill some dudes to gain experience, to gain levels. There absolutely could be a macro in Automat to grind levels. This is totally doable. Absolutely. Okay, it's just this part which is broken.
Understand, Tweety. So with your Max Payne 2 recording, I could play Max Payne 2 on my own computer without using a keyboard or mouse. Or I could run Detroit, become human in different scenarios using your recording. Is that correct?
Yeah, there could be macros that could play whole levels. Is that each time... So the use case for this is kind of different. It's not about just playing a game. The point is to playing a game that's boring, or playing a game that wastes your time. So that instead of grinding levels, you can spend them on something more worthwhile. I think this is good enough. Okay, so this is our hand, and then now on top of this hand we would like to put a mathematical formula. Maybe we could put it above the hand. So hand will go like that. The formula will go here. There is one thing I liked. Okay, I can... So that was to take this whole thing and turn this into a single text scroll. I think when we do that, we could probably get rid of the buttons. Okay, this gives us a lot of space to write, and I think here I could somehow show that here you can write text, and that could be just a brown line. Okay, let's try 90% and refine. This hand we are going to place here is going to point at the brain. It's only going to appear when you select the brain. So in the meantime, you can actually remove it from here. Okay, we need to lower the strength. Oh, and we will need one more icon. So here we should also put the icon of a flag, just a flag, like a hand pointing, holding a flag, for instance. And in those fields, we will show the number of registers that we would match if we select a specific instruction. For example, let's go with 373 or 353. and let's say this is selected. So when an icon is selected, we will show a small arrow. Showing how many instructions we would have if we unselected it. This is totally crazy to me. Why cannot I select a different object? Okay, let's ignore this for now. Let's look at our hands. I'm just looking for a nice background style here. Okay, this is now too close to the reference image. I will save everything because I think Krita has some issues. We have to restart it. I think this is probably the best so far. It's fairly smooth, we'll be able to draw it as a vector. Okay, so we managed to compress our instruction selector from this large cloud into something like that. I think this is good enough. Let's cancel them. And copy this stuff over here. Okay, I'm trying to pick the same color as here. And I'm still wondering whether we need to have such a long expression here. Okay, maybe this whole thing can be smaller. Okay, this looks like a complete object. I would say this is done. Actually, not quite. We also want this hand holding a flag. Those fingers. Oh. I think this one was the best so far. The first one was the best.
Wojciech Krawczyk says,
Subpar.
Hey. Okay, now this is a complete design.
Is that GIMP?
Nope, this is Krita, although I use GIMP interchangeably. Okay, next object is going to be our assembler. The assembler object we have a rough sketch of here. However, it's not going to look like that at all. So, for instance, this whole section on the bottom, we just found a better way to do it. So there will be a separate library of instructions. We don't need it here. And then I would like to have a scroll, yeah. So, and there is this stuff at the top which shows the registers. There's a lot of brainstorming ahead of us.
In wondering what program or model can I use to make promo video of my bot. To be more precise, I need into an outro.
Yep. You mean like the video editing? You could check some like video editing tutorials. I've seen they often use DaVinci Resolve. Okay, I'm thinking, how do we arrange this? So our instructions, they are going to be much smaller.
I mean, do you know any good AI model to create into?
It's not going to look very good if you try to use AI. AI is good if you don't know what you want to achieve. When you want to control it, it's like the loop is very slow. You need to get, to get this design, we've probably had like 1,000 images generated before we got something. And with video, you actually have to wait for the generation to finish. This wasn't waiting, this was basically real time. So on video, you have the control of video is very, very poor still, unfortunately. So I've been thinking about how the assembler will work, and I think when the instruction, so we have this object called instruction that we will create. It's going to be represented by a card with like the text of the instruction. It's going to be slightly interactive. I think that an instruction by itself, it's not going to be runnable. I mean, it is, but whenever you try to run it, it will create a new assembler around itself. So assembler is going to be a container for the instructions.
Can you estimate in how much the automaton is already finished?
That's an interesting question. I think in terms of automation, it's probably like, so the MVP is to play games. If we only cover keyboard, if we only cover keyboard usage, then I think we are at like 70%. If we want to have keyboard plus mouse, we're probably closer to something like 50%. Yeah, it depends how you count. Maybe more. Maybe this is something like...
Not bad, huh?
Or even more. Because the only thing we need to finish with the keyboard is maybe to improve the timeline so that editing... okay, maybe there will be some more tasks here. Yeah.
Tell me, is it possible to make auto heal bot with an automat? And if yes, how it will know our current HP?
So it will not know your current HP. This is the problem. You could create something that works on a timer at most. We don't have any objects that can read the state of the game, either screenshots or anything like that. We don't have this. So we don't have the but this is yet. We will add it. Like, the MVP is to, okay, maybe not play games, but repeat macros in games. Yep. On timer and maybe some logic. So if we finish the assembly project, then you could have something like loops. But this requires us to finish this current sub project. Anyway, I was talking about this assembler.
So basically everything works on timer. You have to be careful to not get banned. I mean, you have to randomize timers somehow.
You can only be banned in multiplayer games, and if the game forbids you from doing macros, then probably shouldn't do them. Okay, so the problem with assembler being a container is that depending on the size of the program that you're writing, it can be large, right? So I think inserting instructions into an assembler is going to be problematic. Because this is another object that you would have to kind of manage scroll through. It would be like a window where you can see the instructions, and this conceptually sounds nice, but it makes the user interface clunky because you have just a small window into your program. I think the program should be wherever it has to be. So maybe I will not do it like that. So maybe we will have instructions separate from these section here. So blocks of instructions will form scrolls. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we'll have those registers here. So that means that within the assembler itself, we can basically just keep the instructions.
Mobile apps?
I used to. I don't do them anymore.
Java or Kotlin?
I used to do Java. How do I bring them to front? Actually, the point is that so here we'll have this rectangle And this rectangle is going to have a hand, and the hand is going to point outwards towards the currently executing instruction. Maybe that's too much.
I do app for drone currently, P.
Nice. Do drones run Android? Because you've been mentioning Android, so I guess it's somehow related, right? Okay, and here we will have the register banks, the 16 registers. So let's try to start by creating a...
Yes, Android. I use GGI SDK. Okay, they really want to show this from the front. Okay, because we have front view here. That's probably the reason. I can get rid of those. Have to go, Marek. Keep doing. Great work.
See you around. Okay. None of them is actually 8 by 8. Let's try that. So a chessboard is a good idea because chessboard is 8 by 8. It's very recognizable. Here we could have just a bunch of chessboards. Maybe isometric projection is not the best word. At least chessboard always has 8 by 8 here. Let's try the isometric projection version. I want something like that as a base. Isometric projection totally screwed with the image generator. And there are watermarks everywhere. Okay, we can deal with them. Yeah. Now they're gone. Okay, let's try now. I'm giving a chessboard as like a base layer for the generation so that it can follow this general shape. I think we should tweak the colors here. Another attempt. I think actually the checkerboard is not very important. The flags are. So I think I should reduce the contrast here. Okay, I think this flag shape looks nice. Let's create a new vector layer. It's going to look like a flag, so it should be, I think, black. It should be ended with an arrow. I am unable to select a line. Okay. Sometimes it's possible, I see. And let's set this register to, I don't know, to value -10. Actually, -10 is going to have most of the flags. Two and 8. So this is our value 10. I could add some subtle shadow. So 95 gives a lot of freedom to the model, so it can significantly alter how the image looks. Here are two nice chessboards. Okay, those blurry I will delete. Same as with those. none of those images look particularly great. So I will fix the colors here. Like that. And in the center, let's use different colors. Cool. And those flags, can we make them more visible somehow? Yes, we can make them brighter. Okay, this chessboard looks kind of nice, I like it. I like those colors. I like the symbols on borders. I just want to borrow those colors. Okay, so I think the flags we could actually reshape a little bit. I think if we do it like that, then it leaves some space on the bottom. And I would like to include bit indices here. So this will say 0. Maybe I will create a new vector layer without the shadow. Okay. It's annoying that I cannot pick this color here. Text ending in Krita could be improved. Okay, this will take a while, this whole thing. Probably it will be faster to do it from code, actually. Okay. Okay, I will pretend I finished all of them. I will just fix the top row. Or maybe borders. Actually, that was 63. Okay, I'm not fixing the values inside. To the sides of this chessboard, I wanted to visualize the values of those hexadecimal numbers. So this will be 0A. I will use capital numbers. Okay, so this is a number starting with the lowest byte, ending with the highest byte. So the traditional kind of naming of low-high, it fits the visualization. So this is the low byte of this register. We can see if Flux is able to kind of come up with a nice style for this thingy. When it comes to this chessboard, I think the red color and brown background, they just don't fit nicely together. This is not a good color combination. What color could work here? Let's think. Okay, something like that. An orange would work. I will put one more flag here. I want to see how they look on the bright background. Yeah, the orange fits very nicely here. I think bright greens also. And how about white? Okay, I would like to stick with this red here, so we will change the color of the chessboard itself. Let's save this. I want to export this to SVG.
Mecca says,
How can you stay focused for that much of time without getting distracted?
Practice. And there is no secret. And if it's interesting, it's easy to not get distracted. If it's something that I wouldn't like to do, then yeah, I would have issues. I would think about everything except what I should be doing. Okay, this doesn't work.
So this is like a personal project?
Yep. Okay, to redesign this in Inkscape, I would have to pretty much start from scratch. But from what I see, stable diffusion here on this chessboard, it's completely useless. So I will do it. Let's design a new chessboard from scratch. I mean, I will just copy this design that I had here. And there is a nice chessboard on Wikipedia. Cool. Can I copy? Whoa, what's that? Okay, short break. Interesting. Script for switching between PC screens. It's working even when the other PC is closed. Okay, this is a nice way, finally, to work with this. So I want to have red flags and a bunch of numbers. It's going to be way easier in Inkscape. Yeah, the registry is going to be roughly this large on screen, so the text has to be fairly large. So much faster. Okay. Now that we have all those, we can align them, because this is Inkscape. Let's align centers here and here, everywhere. And the rows. In terms of distance from the bottom. That looks right. Okay, maybe I should do this holding shift. Okay, now the interesting part. So all of those labels I will now convert to... Actually, I'm also thinking about using a different font, something that is more mathematical. Or maybe this is the right font. Okay. Object to path. I am getting rid of all of the text information. This is going to be a big test for the Inkscape path engine. Essentially what I plan to do is I want to compute the sum of those shapes and then subtract them from this. Didn't quite work. I can also try with the others. Oops. Oh, come on. There is a trick to do it quickly. No! Come on, come on. Can I recover? seems like I can. Okay, it doesn't want to work as smoothly as I would like to. What is this? Oh wow, I know what's the issue. Stroke to path. I should be able to sum them and subtract those. Now all the white parts are in a separate kind of object. This is going to allow me to experiment more easily with colors. This whole preparation was just for that. So, let's make a gradient. I have no idea what colors will go nicely with red. I honestly have no idea. Maybe bluish? Okay, let's see how the flag fits in this space. So let's draw a tiny flag. What's going on here? Okay. He is going to be totally invisible, but there's a nice arrow here. I'm actually wondering, does it make sense to have this as a checkerboard, like a chessboard? Or maybe grid lines? No, I think chessboard is nicer. Yeah. Okay. I think this blue color doesn't work that great. I think some pastel color. I think the dark stuff is too contrasty. Either it would have to be pink, or maybe yellowish. I think this is the nicest color. It doesn't clash with the flags. So let's make it a gradient now. Okay, and this is one of our registers. We will have a bunch of them here. Now, let's see if I can import this back into this document. I have no idea where is this object now. Yep. This exporter doesn't seem to work. It's a very large SVG file, but it doesn't seem to have anything. can export this as PNG, sure. Okay, in terms of flags, I see that having a shadow works nicely here. So let's try adding a shadow. But before we even add this shadow, different shape of the flag. Counts nicely. I think slightly wavy flags looked nice. This one in particular. Let's try to emulate it. So we will bend this pole. Yeah, the flag is going to stretch. I have no idea how to properly do this bendy shape. I'm going to improvise. Yeah, I think that works. And one more thing is that it would be nice if we had some kind of a base below. Okay. And now there is a little bit of kind of shade here. Now we can add the shadow. different idea. I will duplicate them, create a union, and now I can play with shadows. Okay, I think this is all right. Chessboard itself also could have a shadow, but I still don't know how to composite it with this section here. Let's do that now. Okay, this is something I will just keep around here for reference. Now we will switch to something totally new now. When we are talking about those registers, I think each of them will also have its icon in front of it. So this one will actually look more like that. Or maybe I will even use the colors of the register itself to style this chessboard. Okay, the images that are being suggested to us are not great. So instead, I will help the model a little bit and give it a hint of what I'm looking for. So this will be our CX register somewhere here. Yeah, basically each of the registers, now we have to find them. Fit below. Or maybe it will sit on top of the register. No, not enough space. To be like that. Let's continue. Next is BX. Have this one. Okay, and from this thing there will be a hand kind of stretching out. So thinking about this, maybe we could hide some of this information. So we could only show the icon of the register, and it could be a much larger icon. Because a lot of them will not be interesting. A lot of them will be unused simply. So a register could sit here, and it could look like that, roughly. So there is no chessboard. And just the icon, and only selecting the icon converts it into a chessboard on this field. I think this could work. Let's try to refine the image now. And this is roughly what I had in mind when it comes to lights. The fact that they reflect in the sign is problematic. I think we have to do it step by step. Let's start with a much more simplified case. And get rid of the icons. I might actually just not export any of that. Yeah, I don't want to confuse the model by adding too much stuff at once. Let's first generate like a baseline, like the sign. That looks decent. This is roughly what I wanted. I mean, we would get rid of the planet, right? Okay, so far this is my favorite. Let's try using this as a baseline. Even the buttons are nice. We could use those as buttons. Yeah, they look great. It's hard to beat this one.
Flashtagak says,
Hello.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
This one is so good. Honestly, I don't even know what we would improve here. I will grab those registers. Actually, no, we will not have all of the registers. I will grab one. So TTS isn't working. My computer is so loud where it's running those image generation models that it thinks I'm constantly speaking.
Music is cool.
Oh yeah. No, it caught it. Thanks, by the way. Okay, we will have 2 copies of those. Should I will first scale it? Let's grab some registers. Actually, I think we should grab all of them.
I am still a college student first year, but I am curious about what you are doing.
Sure. It's probably like the nicest time to be in computer science, like the first year of college. So what we are doing here is a game that can control desktop by clicking mouse button keys and keep pressing the keyboard buttons. This is something that could be used to, if you have a game that requires some levels to be grinded, this is perfect for that. You can grind levels with this tool. The tool I can show, this is how it looks. So I can record macros. This is a macro recorder object. It connects to a timeline and populates it with a timeline of keys that I press. I can press this stuff. So it's very easy to record macros with this, graphically. Kind of. I can also control mouse buttons. I can react to hotkeys. So I can actually hook it up so that when I press F4, this macro plays back and presses the 2 keys for me. Right. Probably I can change this. Yeah, now works better. Anyway, now we are working on this part here. So this is going to be a a way to control the... Okay, you're in college, so this is for control flow. This is for checking conditions, for doing simple math. And we are going to use assembler to do this kind of stuff. We just want to first wrap this assembler into a nice environment.
Oh, I feel a little dumb right now, but now I know that I have so much to study.
It's really... computer science is more of a... It doesn't seem honestly like work, because it's unique in this way that you can, whatever you do, you can automate very fast. If you do something once and you know how to do it, you can write a script. And if you don't know how to do it, then it's constantly engaging. So there are no boring moments, basically.
Flashtagat just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't really know super well how is college before university, or is it the same thing as university? I think it's the same thing as university. Anyway, so on the first year, they typically teach assembly, which is exactly what we are doing. I want to copy all those layers, create a new image, paste them here. Cool. The stuff that we're doing right now is, we are not coding at the moment, we are just like planning the visual design of what we want to get. Okay, now we can put everything in place. I don't really know how to align this. Yeah, maybe he will stand on top. That makes sense. Okay, I need to scale them down further.
By the way, I am from South America. My bad if I don't say things correctly in English when I ask.
No worries. It's like... I've been to US a couple of times, but I'm not really familiar with that country, really. Okay, when it comes to those registers on top, I have a different idea. So we had this...
My first language is Spanish.
Cool. I don't know Spanish myself. This is the most popular language in the world, right? Oh, sorry, no. Chinese is.
Yep, after Chinese Tuat Wall.
Okay. So here... Crap.
May I sack Math who doesn't knows pics?
This is all with stable diffusion. I'm using Krita with a plugin called Krita AI Diffusion. Yeah, that's the name. This is for AI generated images. Yeah. I can ask it to generate an image with a short description and it generates it. And from this I can iterate and create bigger things. Yeah, so this is a box with a cat. Okay, when it comes to this space here,
It kind of remind me of Alban online style, kind of pictures.
yeah, digital art. All digital art looks similar. I'm not sure how I will lay out those icons here. So what do I need in this? Maybe I can just think through this. Okay, so here I said that assembler is going to be a container for the instructions. I'm taking this back, like I said. It could be a window into this world of instructions, but then it would have to be scrollable, which would be super annoying. So no. So we have the image of the register. So we have register icons. And we have frame. We still need instruction pointer and idea for how to lay out register icons. So the thing is, we have 16 general purpose registers. And we are not going to show all of them at the same time. That would create too much visual noise. Instead, we need some kind of selector. So we could have thinking about this, there are also 16 floating point registers. I mean, they are called X, Y, and Z, MM. And then there are, those can be extended. Like very modern CPUs can have up to 32 registers. So this will be quite a lot of registers. There are also 6 stack, like floating point stack registers. Like 72 registers is the, like, could be even more, because like for each of those we also have mask registers. I have no idea how many, maybe also up to 32. And that makes it 104. Way too many to show. I was thinking about having a selector, like a grid of just icons with registers that could be clicked and could then transform into a chessboard, so that you can see each value. But
Oh!
that would take too much space, because we would need to have like 104 icons. We need something like 10 by 10 grid of buttons, which would be 8 by 8 centimeters in the best case, if we compress everything as much as we can. Yeah, this is a lot of space just for register buttons. And I think on different architectures we could have more registers even. So I think instead of that, we could have a button that could be pressed, and holding this button will open like a tooltip with a list of registers that can be added to this visualization. And then we would move the mouse, release, and it would add a given register.
Icons can be in a semicircle instead in a straight line. Just thinking.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about a grid because, yeah, a line would be even larger. That would be 100 for like 83 centimeters. I want the interface, like I want every object to fit on the screen of a phone, so it has to fit in, I don't know, maybe 8, max 10 centimeters. I mean, there are ways to do it. We could show them in a like a fan shape. The selector could be zooming. It could work like a dock, like here. Like everything could be very small, but only when you move your mouse over, they would grow. We could have a dock like that. Actually, maybe it's not a bad idea. So those things would be on the bottom. And after selecting some registers, it would materialize here. It still doesn't cover all of the registers, but I like that it's very regular. I mean, it's very consistent with how Automat works. Like here we have this tray at the bottom where we can pull objects from. Yeah.
My tutor is an engineer. He likes solving that kind of puzzles. I mean, in every icon fits in.
Okay, time for me. I need to run for my next thing, so I will say goodbye now. Next stream, I want to finish the design, so I will probably kind of sit on this over the weekend, and on Monday we can probably start implementing some of them. We will most likely start with the instruction library. This is fully designed. We just have to kind of code all of those things. We can spend a whole week implementing this instruction library, I mean. Okay, so that's planned for the next week. Hopefully on Monday I will be able to show you the assembler and how an instruction could look like. So that's it for today. See you next time. Bye.
It was fun watching you working. See you next time. Bye, right.
Cool, nice to hear.